Either way, hello everyone. Welcome back to more of Teddy's Haven. It is late as frick. But I wanted to stream. And unfortunately, what I wanted to stream is not available for me to stream. Or rather, I should say, wouldn't be available for very long. So I ended up not streaming that. Just trying to decide what all I want to do here. I suppose I do need to keep up the mana site, because I'm actually like selling that in store. Tragedy of having to wait for a favorite game to go through maintenance. Yeah. In the last couple of days I've been doing FF14 relic grinding, and today I was like, well, you know, why am I not like streaming this? You know, that could be fun, since I'm just doing the freaking like I'm just doing stuff over and over, you know, like could be something interesting to stream. And then FF14 was like, we're gonna go into maintenance, so frick you. So I was like, well then, I guess frick me in that case, you know? But I'd already like loaded up everything for the stream, so I was like, well, I guess I'll stream something else then. Not like I can't. I just, you know, haven't been. That's sort of my issue, is just like, I don't know, I've been, like, I want to stream, but I haven't really known what to stream. Oh yeah, this is a really like fun and cozy game. Like, it's very it's a shop simulator. Not that you'd guess that from like what I'm currently doing. But it's like in a fantasy setting, and there's all kinds of like fantasy stuff that you can, you know, do. It's great. There we go. Love shop sims. I mean, this is a really good one. I mean, it's still in early access, so, you know, all kinds of changes will likely happen, but it's still really fun. In fact, I would say it gets more fun each time because more stuff gets added. You know? So it gets more fun. Like, there's a little bit of, like, Stardew Valley in it. And that, like, you're going around and, like, getting all this stuff, you know? Like, farming and things. And in fact, they're actually adding, like, regular farming to the game soon. They said it might be another couple of weeks. But they are adding it very soon. But yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll actually decide to grind the freaking ether wells, or to stream grinding the ether wells in 14. Yeah, the game is pretty good, honestly. Like, there really isn't a lot that I think is, like, bad about it. You know? It's got a lot of really cool stuff in the game. And it's still in development, so, you know. Anything that some might feel like, well, this could be improved, like, you know, it's still in development, so it's possible the dev will improve it if they're aware that, you know, it should be improved anyway. Throw dirty laundry into the machine. Understand that. I am sprinting, yes, okay. I thought I was, but I wasn't sure. Running across the water doesn't really feel all that fast. But that's just because there's so much water. Oh my gosh, it's practically instantaneous freaking tending to the animals. Like, it's still 3 interactions, but the interactions are so fast that it feels near instantaneous, which is great. I bet it will get to the point where it gets so fast that it will become instantaneous, even though there's 3 interactions. Because, like, these have, like, 6, right? No, these have 3, too. But I suppose that is also a different skill. So, it makes sense that it would be slower. Also, I'm sitting in a really bad position, and it's hurting my butt. I'm gonna shift a little bit. Move the microphone a little bit there. Okay. Good Lord. What, freaking 14 hours of sleep wasn't enough for me last night, apparently? Oh, Vitrudel. I'm not kidding, by the way. Literally 14 hours of sleep. Freaking ridiculous. I think I'm gonna just like cut down my current sleep medication to like half until I can talk to the doctor. Because this is getting ridiculous. Like, I do have CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome, which is fine, you know. But like, this is, I don't think this has to do with the chronic fatigue syndrome, this whole freaking getting 14 hours of sleep at night. Like, the main reason I've barely been streaming is I'm just not being able to wake up. You know? I look at all of the, like, streamers that I normally watch, and they're like, yeah, I always stream at this time every day. And I'm like, freaking, I can't do that. Because I can't seem to get myself to be up, like, consistent, you know, awake consistently. Like, the only reason I was even going to stream today was because I was like, well, you know, I'm going to be doing the Etherwell grind regardless of whether I stream or not, so I might as well stream it. You know? I was like, I'm sure people wouldn't mind, you know, watching me do freaking dungeons upon dungeons. For the Etherwell. And then I loaded up FF14 to get on. And FF14 was like, we're gonna go into maintenance. I'm just like, great. I love when they do emergency maintenance out of nowhere. Like, I get it, you know, a big bug was found. And freaking, you gotta fix it, because otherwise players are gonna exploit it for whatever. But it's just like, ugh. But it's kind of my fault as well at the same time. Um, don't tell Square Enix, but I don't usually use Square's launcher to launch FF14. And so when I did use Square's launcher, like, I would have been aware of the maintenance way earlier if I had used Square's launcher to begin with. But, you know, I didn't. Good grief. I'm just so tired of being tired. I will say, though, I definitely felt the fact that I had slept for so long when I woke up today. Like, I was feeling so dehydrated. I kind of still do. I'm kind of bad about that, to be honest. Like, hydrating properly. Welcome back. Yeah, it's definitely not the greatest feeling when your mouth is like so dry when you wake up. I was like actually experiencing like a level of dizziness because I was dehydrated when I woke up this morning. Like, my mouth still feels kind of dry. I won't lie. But I'm not like dizzy or have a headache or anything. But I probably still am some level of dehydrated. In fact, I probably have been for a while. I don't drink enough during the day to begin with. So I'm kind of like always a little dehydrated. And I probably should do something about that. But drinks are expensive. And water is gross. And so I drink what I can. Before gods, before stars, there was only one, the earth scale, the first beast. It moved through nothing, and where it stepped, land was born. The gods found it dreaming in the deep and feared it. So they built the world around it, gently, quietly. So as not to wake it. I believe it dreams still. Thank you for not waking it now. Yeah, like, I know that I need to drink water and everything. Like, don't get me wrong. But I just find it so like disgusting. I don't know. It's like literally repulsive. Like I always start to feel a little sick after drinking like water directly because it just is, it's that bad. You know? Well, no, not it's not tap water necessarily. Like tap water's even worse. But my family buys water from Walmart. And like it's, you know, it is some of the best water, like straight up. But I don't know, it's still gross. Like I find that the only water I can like really tolerate is a lot of those like spring waters, you know, that you have to like go out and buy in like bottles and stuff. Bottled water, you know. Anything else is just, I just can't stand it. And unfortunately for me, those are very expensive, so I then promptly don't buy those. And then I promptly don't drink water, you know? And instead I'll drink like Sprite or Pepsi or other non-caffeinated sodas. Like I purposefully buy like caffeine-free Pepsi. Like I dealt with that caffeine like I don't want to call it hangover, but like withdrawal. Like when you drink just too much caffeine every day. Like I dealt with that for a while. And so I'm just like, nope. I am regulating the amount of caffeine intake I have per day because freaking I'm not about that. Like, you know how, like, if you drink too much caffeine, like, you'll start to get tired even, like, even if you drink caffeine, and you're just like, why am I tired? Like, I just freaking drank a bunch. It's just because you're drinking too much. And so now your body has become so dependent on it that like regular amounts of caffeine don't mean anything anymore. And unfortunately, the only way that I've ever found to actually cure that is to go through caffeine withdrawal by not ingesting any caffeine for a while so that your body gets used to not having it and like relearns how to exist without it. But then maybe that's just because I have like ADHD. Like I find that like if I'm gonna try to like break a habit, I can't do it slowly, you know? Like, when you're trying, you know, what a lot of people will be like, you know, well, I'm trying to quit smoking. And so they'll like cut down to like 2 cigarettes a day kind of thing. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's all or nothing for me, you know? Luckily, I don't smoke. Never have. But like, I'm just saying, like, if I did pick up something like cigarettes, and then I was like, oh, now I'm gonna quit. Like, I wouldn't be able to cut down, you know? I have to just all or nothing. So when I'm trying to like cut down on the you know, when I was trying to cut down on the caffeine, rather, it was just all or nothing, you know? It was like, I can either stop completely or I can continue with my current bad habits of caffeine intake. And so I just stopped completely for a while. And once I got myself like good, you know, once caffeine no longer had a hold on me, it was like, all right, I can go back to a little bit. And as long as I keep myself to that, I'm good. Maple and Jasper. Nope, I can't see the Titan anymore. There was a Titan that was walking through here, but I don't see him anymore. He has wandered off far enough that he's behind some mountain or something, and so I don't see him. But that's fine. I figured as much. Well, he doesn't come back. Like, he doesn't turn around and come back. But every day there's a chance of a Titan appearing. So maybe we'll see one. I did see a Titan in a couple of my other streams. So, I mean, you know, if we don't see one now, you know, if we don't see one today, I do have a stream that has a Titan in the VOD up on my YouTube. I'm pretty sure I like use a Titan in like the thumbnail. So, or like I named it something to do with Titan, you know? It's like, there's a Titan kind of thing. But there should be a VOD where I encounter one. It's like at the very end of one of the VODs. But there is a VOD that has a Titan in it. I just don't know which VOD. So, you know, if we don't see one today, there is the ability to go back and see one. But yeah, we'll just have to kind of keep our eyes out. Whee! Whoops. I ran right off the cliff there, but that's alright. Hey, what to do, what to do. Now we come to the shop part. Let's pay off all the bills. Toymaker, turtle set, decorative books, produce display, decorative dining, fine dining. Do I not have that? Here it is.
Fine dining.
I know I had that somewhere. Is there fall damage? No, there's no fall damage. And expansion. So let's get our pink wall paint. And we'll start moving some of this stuff around. I guess this can kind of be the weapon corner in a way. Maybe I can bring all this stuff over here. At least for now, anyway. I'll probably get another expansion at some point. Not that I'm really sure what all I would even want to put there, if I could be honest. There are now these new terrariums. They currently have no purpose, but as you can see, work in progress farming plot. So at some point, when the farming comes out, that will be the purpose of those, which is cool. What am I looking for? Decoration. Because I need a chandelier. There we go. Now there should be enough light in this area. Interestingly, it lines up with one, but it doesn't line up with the other. So, but it's what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, the like I said, the terrariums are supposed to be for farming when that comes in. And that's like the next planned update is farming. They said they were gonna delay the next update until that was ready, but then they put out an update this week, which surprised me. They're like, there likely won't be an update this next week because of us wanting to go ahead and implement farming. I was like, oh, okay. And so I didn't expect there to be an update this week, but then when I looked, it was like, here's an update. And I was like, oh? And they're like, yeah, new update. You can now add terrariums, but the whole farming thing is not out yet. And I was like, oh, okay. I thought they were going to wait, so I'm confused. I was surprised, you know? Surprised that there was, in fact, an update. And store those. Because I'm going to put them on these new shelves. Yo, that's so fast. Whee! That's ridiculous right there. Let me tell you. I did not expect it to go that fast. And we're gonna buy more potions. Potion of speed, endurance, high potion of health, and more alchemy recipes. So what I want to do here is store these. Hang on. This wasn't quite the way, this didn't quite go the way I was thinking of. One, two, three, four. Weren't there 5 new things? There's supposed to be 5 new things. I listed that there were supposed to be 5 new things. Speed, endurance. Yeah, nope, there's only 4 things. Okay. Well then 4 it is then. Alright. Okay, I have a new idea then. Which is I'm going to pull the small shelf back out. I'm going to put it there. And we'll store these again. And what I want to do is put this here. And then bring this over to here. Let's store those and then put these out. And then I had to find those. Potion of Magic. What items did we get here? Speed, endurance, health. Okay. Yeah, I want to store that. And then, so there should now be Apprentice Field Journal. So the Apprentice Field Journal can go there. And I need to buy some more of those. And then we'll put the Alchemist Apprentice recipes there. $3. Should be good. So then we'll put Potions of Speed here. Potions of Endurance over here. Potions of Magic can go here. And I guess that's all the potions that I have, isn't it? I have Clarity and I have Stamina already out here. I don't like that. Unfortunately, but what can you do? $6.10. What can you do? Gonna purchase one extra crate of all of this so that I have some in the storage. It sucks because I thought I would get something here and I didn't. I guess that's fine though. Just a random random empty crate. I don't remember what item I had in there, but whatever. So the only thing that actually got added in the recent update is just the terrariums. So, and yeah, I have what is it? Level 21 restocking. So I go zoom with my restocking. It's actually normally pretty slow, but because I have level 21 restocking, I go zoom. Like, I'm not that far into the game, but I do have some pretty decent levels in the different skills, so... I'm gonna just come over here to my Orling. Oops. I'm not close enough, I don't think. There we go. If I feed this guy stone, he gives me ore. There we go. Whee! So this is actually like what you are. You're this little wisp here. Like this is the third person view. Now I'm back in first person. That's why, like, this tiny little boulder is my mount. Because, I mean, this is the player character. This little wisp. And these are my cashiers. We've got Buddy and Rocco. This is Buddy, and that's Rocco. And then out here we have our restocker, who's also a wisp. In fact, I think we're making enough money per day that I'm going to hire a second wisp. So I'll put the water wisp crystal there. That's just mostly decoration. There, now we got two wisps out here. Yeah, Rocco is like my favorite so far. He's literally just a rock. But yet, he does his job. Alright. Well, I'm gonna put my refined manasite back. Go ahead and put it there. I was gonna build a section just for, like, the ore, but I think this is fine for now. So, let's start the day. Well, that's technically a nat 1, but it got stuck, so it wouldn't roll it. 10, 8, 15, 16, 13. Almost. I got a 19. Hey, there's the people. 2, 13. Whoops. I need to open my register. And there go my wisps, doing the restocking. 1604. So, there are 2 ways to handle money. You can actually, like, give out, you know, currency here. Like, if I take their bag, you can see, like, you know, coins, dollars. I have dyscalculia, so I'm just not good at that. So I just use the numpad. And just type out however much. But you can give out cash if you want. There's nothing stopping you from giving out cash. Oh, this guy had exact change, so I didn't have to give him anything. Same with her. $19.60. People buying up potions. 32. And I'm just gonna kind of check some of my stock here. Am I out of action figures? Might be out of the action figures. I think I am. Well, maybe I want to fix that. Yeah, I like the designs of the customers too. Today it looks like we're just getting our getting regular customers, but there are some special customers that you can get. Oh, this guy's buying a couple of Menacite. She wants an action figure. Oh, I seem to need more of this. If the amount of an item is like going down and it's not being restocked, it means I don't have any in my bag. Like here, these haven't been restocked, so it means that I don't have any extras. Oh, exact change. Just kind of trying to look at everything. Unfortunately, I can't see the other side of that wall. So I can't see like these products, but I just filled these, so they should be fine. Looks like we need some of these, and we need some of these. Oh, exact change. $24.96. Hello, Skirks. Welcome to the stream. You go ahead and shove those in there. Shop level 13. Woo! My shop has leveled up. 708. I was just looking at the coins. I was curious what type of coins there are. 2508. But there seem to be 5 different types of coins. And I'm not seeing the usual like silver. I'm seeing like this looks like gold. That's copper, but I don't know what these 3 are. 548. Nope, exact change. $23.96. Coolies. And we've got one more customer. Actually, let me buy 2 crates of that. And we're going to need to buy more gauntlets and more knuckle. Cool. Alright, well, that is the day. Ooh, but we have something special over here. Ooh, Dark Lunacite. Cool. Alright, well, I think that's it. I don't see any other nighttime events currently active, so... But I think you only get one, like, per day, so... And we finished the day. And now it is day 18. Anything special going on out here today? Nope. Nope, nothing special going on today. Sad. I don't see any special guys either. I don't see any of the other. I don't see any of the other special guys either, so. Ooh, moon drill. Is that what I got from the Lunacite shards? I bet it is. Or, no. Is that what I got from the Dark Lunacite shards? I don't know. I actually have no idea. Oh yeah, Dark Lunacite here. I bet you that. Because that's what I made last night. Or yesterday, whatever. I bet that gave me the moon drill. Well, as per normal, let's keep up our berry production. Not that we really seem to be selling a lot of this, but still. Go ahead and just keep up with it. We do need to keep up our Manasite production since we're selling that. But I think I also want to go ahead and start selling the Silverite. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop a little bit more of that in. I probably should consider actually setting up some, what is it, spun whisper wool as something that we're selling. Because I mean, otherwise this is kind of pointless to be doing. That's a wall, Enya. So you're just walking straight into the wall over and over. It was quite hilarious. Alright. I think that's it for my daily, you know, try to get stuff made. Now we just have to level up Teddy so that we keep him at the same level as the day. That's not something that you have to do, by the way. That's just something that I've been doing. Been keeping Teddy at the same level as the day. I could, like, go over the day limit if I wanted. I could just not even level him up if I wanted. Oh, one more click. There you go. All right. Let me pick up my rock so that we can go a little faster. Then we can go around and do some collecting of stuff. I also need to figure out, like, what to do with these Dawn Feather eggs. I should probably be selling them since I keep collecting them. I also have the Quakari eggs as well. I'm not collecting those, like, I'm not selling those either. So, aw, Bear Family's here today. So this is our special event of the day then. This Bear Family. You can get multiple special events per day, but it looks like we've only gotten the one. Bear Family outing day. Yep. They came to visit the ghost bear. I should also note, for those that maybe haven't seen the series before, I have some of the graphic settings turned down because I think it looks better with some of the graphic settings turned down. But if you really like, you know, like epic shadows and stuff, this game does have some of that, so. I'm just not a big fan of, like, the game being dark because I have poor eyesight. And so, like, really dark stuff is really, really dark to me. And really bright stuff is, like, super, super bright. And so I kind of have that turned down so that the dark stuff isn't as dark and the light stuff isn't as bright. So, well, I wouldn't say that the contrast is weird. It's just, you know, some people like the more exaggerated contrast. I just am visually impaired and it bothers me. Like, my visual impairment just makes it really hard to look at for me. But I think for the average person, that is probably normal. Yeah, like Scarrick said, this game kind of puts a focus on like being bright and colorful. And that kind of hurts my eyes because of my vision. So I purposefully have some of the brightness, bright settings and stuff turned down. But I could definitely see a lot of people enjoying the game even with those settings like cranked all the way up. And so like, by all means, feel free to have it at like the max. In like your own playthroughs for those who also play. So, I'm just saying that I personally can't handle it. Because it's too much. Because of my vision impairment. Okay, I jumped off on accident. Yeah, it is really nice that, like, you have the ability to, like, change the lighting settings and kind of set it to what you actually want. It's really handy. I mean, it might just be a base feature of Unreal, because this is built in the Unreal Engine. But either way, I'm just glad the dev allows you to, like, lower some of the settings. So. This rock is in a weird place. Very quick on the harvesting. Oh, that's right, I've already been over here. I don't know why I keep harvesting from, like, the animals that I'm not doing anything with, though. It's kind of pointless. But then I'm also gathering, like, all of the stuff, regardless of, like, whether I need it. Like, I'm not using the night brush for anything, and yet I still collect it. I'm not really utilizing the whisper wool, but here I am still collecting it. I gotta say that's one thing I do really like, is that you're not punished for, like, not selling something. Like, one of the things that I really disliked in Supermarket Simulator was just, like, if you would buy a license, but then you wouldn't put out whatever item you have a license for, the game would, like, penalize you for that, because you didn't have it in stock. And it was just annoying. It's like, okay, you make me spend freaking $12,000 on the license, and then you have to spend another like $2,000 on the actual product. You know? But here you can buy licenses and then just not sell stuff if you want. Or, you know, you could even run a shop that's just entirely, like, self-harvesting, you know? Like, I could just buy enough furnaces to keep up Manasite. And then I could just sell Manasite every day. And, like, that could be the entire thing that I sell, you know? Like, I'm not required to sell any of the things that I'm harvesting, but I'm also not required to sell any of the things that are that I have, like, licenses for. Like, I don't have to sell swords if I don't want to sell swords, even though I have a license for swords. I've actually gone ahead and, like, removed some of my product that I, like, bought licenses for at the beginning of the game, that I just was like, I don't feel like selling this anymore. It's kind of nice. Kind of like it. Long ago, the centaur clans of Bramer's Field roamed free and fierce. But a mortal bard, clever and cruel, carved a horn from a fallen elder's bone. With one note he tamed the herd, with two he made them kneel. But with three they rose again. They say he still runs, hoofbeats behind him always. Thank you for not trying to tame the wild in me. I love the little lore bits that are all just told through allegory. It's neat. I think I came from that direction. It's just I went this way instead of going into the alcove over there first. I need to go this way. And I could just, like, directly sell the berries if I wanted, instead of turning them into jam first, like I have been. I'd also just sell the ore directly, too, if I wanted. Like, there's a lot of stuff in this that you can sell. that people will just like come through and buy, and like you're not punished for like running out of stock. At least I haven't seen anything that seems like that. I probably should be selling like scales and fangs here off of these guys. Oh, I got Cerulean. Okay. And some of these things, like Cerulean over here, for example, these are like references to like friends. Like this guy is a reference. There's also a reference to the Game Grumps. For those that, you know, watch their YouTube. I watch them, usually. Like sometimes they'll play stuff that I really don't care. Like I didn't watch their like Resident Evil playthrough because I just couldn't care about, like I just didn't care about it. I was like, I don't care about Resident Evil. But usually, most of their stuff is stuff that I like, so I'll watch it. Right now they're playing, well, not, right, they finished playing the first chapter of Deltarune, like, I think 2 weeks ago. And I'll probably go back to that after. I don't remember what the current thing is that they're playing for their weekends. But it's been real interesting. It's like some kind of like a Haunted Mansion type game. Not like Haunted Mansion like the Disney thing, but like it's about a haunted mansion. I just don't remember what it's called. No, it's something about like a toy maker. And like he made a bunch of like haunted toys. And then the people that owned the haunted toys all died. And then now they haunt like the mansion. Something like that. It's, I know that it's 7th something. Like the word 7th is in the name. It's a really old, like 1990s kind of game. 7th Street? I don't think so, but I don't remember. Here, I can check, I suppose. Let me just open up the Game Grumps channel. 7th Guest. It's called Seventh Guest. But yeah, they just started that last week. I can say this now that I could have just looked it up. They've only done one episode. Or I should say they've only posted one episode so far. Because they just finished Deltarune. The last episode of Deltarune Chapter 1 went up Saturday. And seventh Guest is going to be their current weekend series. And so they just started that on Sunday. And they're also playing through Doom the Dark Ages for their Wednesday series. Yeah, I've never heard of it either, but it looks real interesting. I was always big into the, like, point-and-click adventure games of yore, you know, from, like, the 90s. Like, that's what I grew up on, was that kind of stuff. So, I always loved those old, you know, adventure, point-and-click, 1990s games. FMV video games. That's one thing that I really miss, is FMV games. Where, like, you had real-life actors that were, like, you know, characters in there were characters in the game. And, like, they would meld the real-life actors into, like, the game graphics. Like the original Myst. Or Wing Commander. Well, the third, fourth, and fifth ones anyway. The first two were like arcade games on arcade cabinets and stuff. So they didn't have anything like that. Wing Commander 3 was one of the games I grew up with, though. I used to play that all the time. I really want to, like, stream that one day. I just don't know how, like, if anybody would care. Because, like, nobody nowadays knows what Wing Commander even is, you know? Like, those games haven't been made in years. But if you want to see Mark Hamill playing as a colonel in a space war, space military, it's a pretty fun game, honestly, Wing Commander. Or at least, again, the third one. I've never been able to get the fourth one to work, so I've never played it. And the fifth one was good, but they made some kind of major changes to the way the game played that I was not a big fan of. And it's like way harder than any of the other Wing Commander games because of that. I'm also like kind of, like I'm not old, but like I'm not young. I grew up in the 90s, you know? I was born in the 80s. I grew up in the 90s. So, you know, I played a lot of those games back then. Like, I grew up playing a lot of those old video games. Go ahead and pay my bills. You think I should stream it? I could. Also, my freaking... my alerts aren't working, and I don't know why. Because, I mean, I see the check, the posture check, but it didn't, like, go off for the posture check. Let me see. Let me see if I can remember alerts. Copy browser source. Let me try re-adding it. There. Maybe now it'll work. Now that I've like reset it. Granting access to custom wall dividers, perfect for adding form and flair to any space. Ooh.
Unbelievable.
Oh.
You
Subject name here.
must be the pride of.
Subject hometown here.
Yeah, that worked. It was a little on the loud side, but it did work. Is there a way that I can, like, lower the volume of that? Because it's not listed. Oh, control audio. Yeah. Let me turn that down to, let's do 75%. That should be good. But also, that is still a alert, redeemed thing, so I might as well do a quick stretch of that. Also, I see something about stacked weapon displays. Ooh. That's cool. What? Hello, kitty cat. Can I help you? Vertical weapon display. Cool. So essentially, I could take my axes here and hang them up like this instead. Nice. It does save space. Oops. And then I can put one of these the Earth Wisp came to stock, but then it couldn't because I had already removed the items. I had already removed the things. That's funny. It's certainly interesting. It's got the price on both spots here. So you could technically even put like 2 different things on it. You know, it doesn't have to all be the same item. I don't know, I'll think about it. I'm not entirely sure I like that. If I can be completely honest. Not entirely sure I like that. But what I will do is I'm going to move the gauntlets over here. Ow, cat. Those are your claws digging into my leg. He always does that when he, like, starts grooming himself. He'll, like, stick out his claws so that he can, like, grip whatever he's, like, against. Except that in this particular case, he happens to be sitting on my lap. And I'm not wearing any pants. And so he dig into my leg. So, well, that lets me at least see the bows and the axes a bit better since they're so limited. There's only 4 per rack. But I'll still think about it because I kind of don't like this looks fine-ish, but I'm not sure about this one. Okay. Now he leave. He does that. He'll come and sit on my lap for like 2 minutes and then leave. It's really funny. It's like, why do you bother? Why do you come to sit on my lap only to then turn around and leave? Alright, well, that looks good. I don't know, I still just, they look weird. I mean, I'll keep them for now, but I don't know, they just look weird to me. And now the customers will come through the portal. By the way, this is where the customers actually come from, is this portal over here. Yeah, it is really cool. They don't just randomly spawn out from the void. Yeah. Yep. They come through the portal. Make their way along the path there, up to the shop. And then come on in. Do you want to check one thing while, you know, customers aren't over here? 4,300. Okay. That's going to take a little while. But it's fine. We get a 15% boost on profits from the giant turtle. And we also get another boost from our companion, Teddy. And hey! We got special guests! Well, we have one. There's a goat. Usually a group of them spawns. But we have a goat. $432. But there's all kinds of different, like, special guests. Like, there's goats. Sometimes when one of these guys walks in, like, if they come in at the beginning of the day, sometimes they'll give you a boost, too. From the the Mages Guild, but not always. Usually the animal shoppers like to buy stuff like produce. They'll come in and buy like carrots and potatoes and berries and stuff. Like they'll buy other stuff too, but if you have like produce, they'll usually buy like larger amounts of that than anything else. So 1616. Very nice. People want their potions though. I do wish there was a way to like see, you know, like what people are buying. Like, what am I selling the most of, you know? Some kind of like end of day report that's kind of like, okay, you sold this, you know? Hey, I think he actually bought 4 swords. I missed my chance to make a 4-sword joke. Which I guess is fine. It's not like I have a 4-sword joke ready or anything. But still, I keep wanting to be like, 4 swords, you know? Keep wanting to make a joke about when somebody buys 4 swords. But I really can't think of anything, to be honest. Like, what kind of joke are you going to make about Legend of Zelda 4 swords, you know? Like, I don't know. Or 4 sword, technically. All of the 4 sword games are actually called 4 sword, not 4 swords. It's 4 sword and 4 sword adventure. It's not 4 swords adventure, it's 4 sword. But even so, I always end up just saying 4 swords. That said, the 4 sword is a really cool idea. And I actually did make both a 4 sword and a master sword in D&D. The 4 sword is real interesting because it's like, okay, so you split yourself into 4, so obviously you're basically getting 4 turns, like, per round. The caveat to that is, like, you and your duplicates all share health. Which means that if you get hit by like an AoE, you're taking 4 times the damage, you know? It's like, oh, this guy hit you with a fireball. Normally you'd only take like 16 damage, but oops, there's 4 of you. So guess you get to take, what is it? 16. What is that? 16 times 4? 64. Like I said, I have dyscalculia. I could not figure that out at all. Like, I couldn't even begin to figure that out. But like, because you and your copies all share HP, like, you're just taking all that extra damage. Hey, she wants Manasite. And also, like, if you had to make a saving throw, you had to make them individually for each one. So you could end up like succeeding on like 2 saving throws, but then fail on the other 2 saving throws. And then now you're taking even more damage. Or if it's an effect that's like, you know, if you fail, then like you're confused. If even one of them fail, then all 4 are now all confused. Because you share like status effects and so on. If one of you gets knocked prone, all of you get knocked prone, you know? It was really fun playing with it. Like, I had to come up with enemies that had some beefy HP because, of course, you're gonna have you essentially have an entire party's worth of characters as one character now. You know, so like you're gonna, you know, the players are gonna be dealing stupid amounts of damage. And the action economy is ridiculously high because of it. But, again, the counter there is because they're all sharing HP, 1 hit from any AoE is all you gotta do. You know? Whoops, I clicked that twice. And I got them a couple of times when they were doing that too. I actually did want 2 crates there, so. Like, I got them a couple of times where it was like, alright, you're gonna take freaking ridiculous amounts of damage. Because I'm hitting you with an AoE that hits every one of your copies. And as soon as the other thing is, as soon as as soon as you go down to 0 HP, all of your copies disappear and it's just left to you. And then you have to use another action to like summon the other 3 again. And so, yeah, if you go down, you're spending, 2 turns without your copies, basically. It was really fun, actually. My players really enjoyed being able to use it. There was the barbarian. That's the worst part. It was the barbarian of the group that had the 4 sword. So he got like all of the barbarian stuff that lets him just do stupid amounts of damage, like per attack. And then he could do that 4 times. And it's like, oh my gosh. But it was fun. And really, that's what matters the most. You know? That everybody had fun. Not bad though. Ended the day with about 3,000 gold. 3,000 monies. Do we got any special nighttime events? I don't see any. I'm seeing some crops that I didn't harvest, but I'm not seeing any nighttime events. Which is fine. They don't always happen. But sometimes you get a meteor. Sometimes you get a unicorn. Those are actually the only ones that I know of. But there are supposed to be some others. I just don't know what they are. I forgot to mine these rocks over here. Oh, that wasn't even a rock. I keep forgetting to even go down this way. This is where the Game Grumps are. You've got Coco Raptor. This is Aaron. You've got Awesome Saurus. This is Danny. And then you've got Ninja Rabbit. That's Brian slash Ninja Brian. Brian Wecht. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's any other... Doesn't look like there's any nighttime events today. Goodness. There's plenty of rocks that I missed, though. And berries. That's good enough. And off to bed we go. Day 19. Oh, hey! We got Mr. Big Turtle up today. No Titans. But we got Big Turtle. The big blue turtle. Ah! Got stuck on my mount. So we'll have to go talk to him in a bit. Whoops! I grabbed the jam, not the berry. I wanted the azure berry. That's alright. We'll just go take that back in a bit. Silverite. And Manasite. And then our Whisper Wool. I'm still not selling. Funny enough, I don't think there's anything else that goes into these. I think it's just the Whisper Wool. Cool, I have everything done. Those are generating everything now. Now we just have to level up Teddy. Which takes a little bit. And, you know, every level is more clicks than the last. So eventually this is going to become annoying. And I'm going to stop leveling him. But at the moment, I'm alright with it. Maybe around like level 40 or something. You know, it'll just be like, okay, it's too many clicks now. But he does give me a boost to my daily profits, so I do kind of want to, you know, keep leveling him at least for a while, at least for a little, at least for a little while anyway. Let's go speak to the giant turtle. Because he'll give me a boost to my profits, but he'll also give me a boost to something else. I just don't remember what. I also keep looking out to the mountains because, again, I'm told that there's something that's supposed to spawn out there. It's supposed to be super rare, but I'm told there's something out there. I haven't seen it yet, so it must be really rare. I mean, I'm also only 19 days in, so I'm sure that there are events that exist that I haven't seen yet, simply because I just haven't played that much yet. This game is also kind of a little funny about where you can and cannot go. By the barnacled beard of the Tide Father, did you swim all the way here? Haven't seen paddling like that since a jellyfish fell in love with a rowboat. It's good to see you again, little shopkeeper. Some memories are heavier than others. Today I carry one from the Sabble Deep. It is a trench darker than forgotten things, where even the light turns back. I once dove too far there. The water was thick with sorrow, and the creatures had long since stopped hoping. A city sank there once, and the bells still ring beneath the pressure. It is a grave not of bones, but of dreams. Thank you for giving me a shore to return to. Bye-bye! Oh, nope, he just gives profits. Okay. There he goes. Under the water. Yeah, this game can be a little funny about where you are and are not allowed to go. And by that, I mean, I haven't been able to find any kind of border to the world. So it's a little interesting that way. Like usually games will be like, you know, they'll have like invisible walls to, you know, keep you from like wandering out of bounds and stuff. This game does not. I don't know if that's always going to be the case, or if it's simply that borders have not been applied because the game's still being built. But there currently are no borders to this world. Not only are there no borders, but you can actually find stuff outside of the bounds of the game. It's actually kind of fun to go out of the border. Well, to go out of bounds. For example, one of the easiest ways to get out of bounds is just to come up here. And then all of this is all out of bounds. There's this random pink unicorn here. He doesn't do anything. He just kind of sits there. But then I can like come over here. And like there's this castle here. Okay. Cat bumped a USB port. Yeah, I'll just have to go around. It's fine. But like, there's this castle here. You know, just hanging out here in the nothing. It's in a much more completed state than it was last time I came here. So that's interesting. There used to be no back. Like you'd come out here and like this, none of this existed. So it's much more complete now than it was. So that's cool. The turrets are seemingly no longer buried in the walls. The collision is still there. Well, maybe not. Oh! Sort of. Well, some of the collision is still here. Oh, and I'm outside the... Oh well. It is what it is. But yeah, it can be a little fun to get out of bounds sometimes. Especially if I want to mine any of the out-of-boundium. Yeah, it can be a neat little sneak peek into some of like what's being worked on. So there's also these little fairies that you can find all over the place. They're all inbound. You know, they're not in any of the out of bounds. But you can like pick them up and they'll like follow you. They will follow around with you. It will follow you around. I don't know. Grammar, not always my strong suit. Sometimes words refuse to word. Yeah. Yep, it do happen, unfortunately. But there are also some other little unique things that are just kind of strewn about the world. You know, you've got all these cats all over the place, for instance. And then, you know, just a random little tiny tent. And, you know, just some goblins hanging out over here. Also, this area's been changed. Is a gold fairy, by the way. This area's been changed a bit, though. I don't see the little space goblins anymore. Unless maybe they're up here now? Nope. But Bear's up here. Huh. Oh, here they are. There's the space goblins. I just totally didn't see them. The little goblins in spacesuits. And each of them has a lightsaber. Well, sort of. It's either a lightsaber or it's a glow stick. Not sure which. Red, green, blue, you know. Standard colors of lightsabers. Ooh, this is new. It's like a big stone ore here. Oh my lord. That gives a lot of stone. Good grief. This wasn't here before, though. In fact, most of this was unfinished last time I was here. Well, if you're looking for stone, apparently there's a ton of it here. Good grief. I mean, not that you don't already get plenty of stone from the ores, but if you want more stone than what you get from the ores, there's plenty there. Oh. Nope. That's too high for me to jump up. Alright. That's fine. Whee! That said, it'll probably be fall soon. Because it switched to summer on day 12. So if I had to guess, probably day 24? I don't know. I don't know when the seasons change. I've only ever had the one season change so far, so... Whack-a-rog. tale of Vaelrend, the Mirror Blade, comes sharp and clear today. 12 warriors, each carrying their own storm, sought to destroy or claim it. But the blade showed them themselves, flawed, frightened human. Only one walked away, untouched by power, but changed. Thank you for letting the truth pass through you. Also, I realized that I said that line incorrectly. I would correct myself on the line, but I'd already forgotten what it was. But the one where he was like, it showed them themselves. Like, the 3 words after that were all descriptors. But I've already forgotten what they were, so. I can't, unfortunately, I can't correct it now. But oh well. Also, here's another one of the cats. He's got like a strawberry hat on. Come over here a few times, but I've never like directly looked at the cat, you know? But there's plenty of cats. There is a water elemental that can spawn here in this lake. But I think he only spawns when it's raining. And we haven't had any rain today in today's stream. But he has appeared in some of the other streams, so, you know, if you ever want to go back and watch those VODs, they're on YouTube. Here's another one. Buster! I only named the first cat because I didn't realize that there were like several cats all over the place. So when I started the game and I had that one, had the cat in the house there, I was like, oh cool. And I realized I could name it, so I was like, sure, I'll name it. And then I realized that there's like 20 cats. I'm like, nope, I'm not naming all of them. They can just have their default names. I picked Enya because I was doing a Stardew Valley playthrough at the time, and one of the mods that I have is a Kate Sith, a black cat, like mythical black cat from like Celtic mythology, and her name is Enya. So I was like, yeah, I'll name the cat off of that, you know? Sorry, just yawning. I was like, I'll name her Enya, because she kind of looks like Enya from Modded Stardew. And then I started seeing all the cats all over the place. I'm like, nope. Not gonna sit here and name them all. I'm not good enough at names to do that. Maybe like, you know, if people wanted, I could do like subs, you know? Sub and get your name on a cat, or, you know, go to Patreon. Patreon's always better, by the way. At least Patreon is and will continue to be better as long as I'm not earning like $50 a month. Because I don't get paid until I do. So, Patreon I get paid. But, like, here on Twitch I have to get $50 in order to actually get my money. I'm probably going to be able to get some when the 15th rolls around, because Alan came in, I think it was Alan, right? That did the big like 10 gift subs on my birthday last month. So I might get paid because I was already getting close to the $50. And I'll get like $2 a sub out of that 10 subs. And so I'll get like $20. So that should push me over the edge. Tending level up. Yeah, my throat's been dry. Apologies, you know, if I'm sounding a little rough today. Because again, my throat's been dry all day. I really need to drink more. But that costs money. In a good world, stuff that you need to live would not cost money. But unfortunately, we do not live in such a world. And our would-be dictator here in the US is trying to make it worse. So not much you can do there, though. Okay. Let's go up here. I think I was actually just up here earlier. But let's go ahead and pull out some stone. Where did it go? Oh! Alright. Wasn't where I wanted it, but thanks, game. Just keep feeding them stone. My boy over here needs to grow. That said, this does level both the tending skill and the restocking skill. So, you know, there's that. If you want to get some quick levels on those. Getting an Orling is one way to do it. You do be getting big. I give him a little bit more. And then we'll call it good for now. Restocking! Great. I mean, that was my main goal, was I wanted to level the restocking a little bit more. There he is. He is big. And I only got 2 of the apples out of that. I don't know where the 3rd apple went. Oh well. Not really doing anything with the apples anyway, so it's not a big deal. Head and pay off all of our bills. I could hire an air wisp, but I think I'm alright at the moment. Got Ward and Hopper that I can get soon. I mean, Ward is the next cashier. So Alchemist Agreement 3. Why not? We'll see what we can get out of that. Alchemist Field Guide. High Potion of Magic, Potion of Water Breathing, Potion of Rage, and Potion of Strong Endurance. Interesting. Because I just got the Potion of Endurance last time. Well, let me, actually, I don't need the crate. I can just store that. And I'll grab the High Potion of Magic. Nah. Store. I wondered if they might do that. It's fine. They ended up using up all of what I had in the stock, so it was not a big deal. Store all shelf items. Go ahead and put the High Potions of Magic for 90. Let's see. Endurance and speed. And then what were these other ones that I have? Stamina, clarity. We'll do the Potion of Endurance there. because we also have the high potion, or well, the potion of strong endurance. Ooh, there's 8 on that. That's interesting. 660. Whoops. I purchased extra, but it's fine. Potions of stamina can go here. And what I'll need is another shelf. Potions of clarity. And then water breathing and rage. By 40 should be good. 460 is good. I don't have any more. No, I don't have any more displays. In that case, just another small double shelf will be fine. So somehow that one was off kilter. There we go. Go ahead and store. Store. Whoops. And store that. Cool. And then we come in here and we buy the regular Alchemist Field Guide. Alchemist Field Journal, Alchemist Apprentice Recipes, Alchemist Field Guide. Yeah, that's good. I'm okay with that. $4.90. The shop sure is coming along, though. I mean, constantly needing more space for more product, you know? So that's really cool. If I were to actually be selling like all of the stuff that I have, I would need way more space for product. Because, you know, I also still have like carrots and potatoes and like 2 other types of swords that I'm not selling. But that's alright. So I do wonder, what new stuff does that add? Interesting. Haven't done any produce in a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab these. It's not really that I'm like wanting to sell. It's more just I want to like see what the game has to offer as a whole, you know? Oh yeah, I like make almost no profit off of these ones at all. Like that's 23 cents. 55 cents. 23 cents. 21 cents. I could barely make any money off of any of these. That's funny. But then that's similar to the toys here. Like I'm making 48 cents off of the toys. 38 cents, 61 cents. Like those are not really even worth anything. The action figures are freaking $6, $4. Like, I'm making some money off the action figures. That said, I should probably get a second crate of this since it's so few. And then I can kind of work my way to like buying more of each thing as I need it. Hey! 1337. Leet. We have leet amount of money. Does anybody even, like, know leet anymore? Like, is that even said by anybody nowadays? Leet haxers? Oh, I got it. I drew the sword again. Took long enough. Can't wait to buy the next, like, area, though. Because if it opens this spot, that'll be really nice. Because I'll be able to, like, see stuff. Hey, new goat. Oh. We've got a new type of special customer coming. Well, not new. We've had them before. But one we haven't seen today. $16.95. $22.23. $3.68. There they are. Tiny little giraffe. It's the mini giraffes. Oh, I need more. Might need more potions. $15.29. Oh yeah, getting those potions. Like, I could run an apothecary, you know? for maybe not apothecary, but like potion shop, you know? Like just sell potions. I'm not gonna, but I'm just saying I could if I wanted to. Bye-bye, giraffes. Bagging, level 16. Cool. So many, whoops, things there, dude. And now I have 2 times bagging speed. Granted, I think I had 2 times bagging speed before, but... $20.64. I think my other cashiers like count towards my experience. But I'm not entirely sure. 'Cause I feel like it leveled up my bagging there before I had even started bagging that person's like stuff. So I'm wondering if like them doing things is leveling up my bagging. But I can't tell. Oh yeah, it is. See that? It just went up. Cool. So them bagging also counts towards my bagging experience. Sure would be nice if there was an easy way to store stuff in the bag of storing. $19.75. $28.96. It would also be nice if maybe the wisps could like, you know, like if there's stuff out, you know, they could just like automatically store it. Ooh, I'm running out of action figures. Let me fix that. Oh my! I already ran out of field guides. Oop. He apparently started restocking it. Yeah, I wasn't able to put the full crate up. Level up? No, we're just shy of a level up. 983 out of 1,000 experience. Boy, I barely sold any produce, though. I mean, maybe the produce is why... Oop. The giraffes came in. Maybe. But I don't know. They didn't really seem to buy much in the way of the produce. At least not the one that I did. Alright, well, everything's now stocked. We're back up to $3,000 again. So we had a pretty successful night, to be honest. No nighttime events. At least none that I'm seeing anyway. None of the ones that I know of, anyway. There could be a nighttime event that I just don't know of, but in that case, I don't know of it. Uh-oh. OBS says that I disconnected. Will I be able to reconnect? Did my internet die as a whole? Yes, my internet died. Rippity-doo. Well, I mean, I guess I'll wait a moment and see if the internet comes back up. But if it doesn't, then I might have to end it here. What I can tell you right now is that if you're watching the VOD, you're currently watching content that nobody at the stream got to see. Because my internet was dead at this point. But luckily, I can record to my PC. Thanks to this new computer. I mean, it's not that new, I suppose. I've had it for, you know, what, 8 months now? So, I mean, it's almost a year old. Reconnection was successful. Supposedly. It still says it's trying to reconnect to chat. So oh, and now it says disconnected again. Oh dear. Well, I certainly have no internet right now. That is a guarantee. And got ads right here to break the silence. Now they won't play. Hope stream is okay. Well, hey, I can see the chat. The chat has come back. Hello? Am I back? Back, maybe? Have I returned? Just a little delayed. That would make sense. Might have to refresh the stream. But I do believe... Yeah, my whole internet died there for a moment, so... I'm not surprised that the stream died. Because it seems like the whole of the internet died there for a little bit. And so I was debating whether or not I was going to continue streaming. Well, recording, I guess, in that particular case. Yeah, nope, I hadn't said bye at all. In fact, I was like in the middle of saying something. I don't remember what at this point, but I know I was in the middle of saying something. And then all of a sudden OBS was like, reconnecting. I'm like, oh. And then I look and the whole of the internet was dead. And I was like, well, that sucks. I didn't want to, stop if it came back. But I also didn't, want to keep going if it was going to stay out, That's what you get for trying to use the internet, right? Pretty much. But that's why, I've just kind of been wondering. Because I didn't want to just end the stream if it was going to come back. But I didn't want to go on to the next day and then the internet didn't come back. And so I then did a bunch of stuff that didn't matter, So I was just kind of like, well, I'll just kind of hang out and wait. See what happens. It did come back though, so... I thought I saw something all the way out in the out of bounds. But it doesn't seem like it. That said, this area's new. Like all of this. This is new. This wasn't here last time. And of course that cuts into the low res out of bounds. Just going up to this mountain over here. Like I said, there really are no boundaries to the world here. Not yet, anyway. I don't know if the dev has plans to eventually add boundaries when the game is like further along, or if he's always gonna let it be this like open. But it's really fun and kind of neat going all the way the heck out here. Like, you can see how tiny the, like, playable area is. All the way out there. Compared to just how much there is out of bounds. It's kind of neat. You can also tell that this is very much the out of bounds. I mean, things are layered over top of each other. And the land just kind of ends out there. Sadly, there is no way to get to the moon. That is the one out of bounds that legitimately cannot be reached. Is the moon. Yeah, the night sky in the game is really nice. Like, he's done a great job at the environment and everything in this game. And there's the giant crystal. Which, if it serves a purpose, I haven't figured out. I think it just shows what season it is. Because it was green. But now that it's summer, it's turned this like yellowish brown. But maybe maybe one day they'll add like a use for the crystal. Maybe the crystal of life like in the Atlantis movie? I don't know. Certainly be an interesting idea. Ooh, there's out-of-boundium on top of the castle now. Cool. Question is, how does one reach the top of the castle over there? Now that the whole castle is there. Like, I wonder if the castle is accessible now. Instead of just, you know, glitching through into the castle. No. It's still not possible to just get into the castle normally. There's still a big gate here. There is some out-of-boundium inside the castle. But how one would get inside the castle is another question. If you could get up there. But how would one get up there is the question. I'm sure there's a way. I just don't know it. But that's kind of a good thing in a way, because that means that, like, the game is feeling a bit more complete. You know? If it's not as easy to get out of bounds. The more difficult it is to get out of bounds, the more complete the game world will feel. Well, I thought that might be the way, but that just brought me here. So yeah, I mean, it's a matter of figuring out how to get up there. But I've not a clue what path could be taken to climb up there. Hmm. I mean, I'm gonna assume all of this is solid. So you're not just gonna walk through a wall or something. Not like you used to be able to, anyway. Oh. Hey, there we go. That gets me up here at least. Ooh, that's like a big deposit. Well, we can see the seams of the castle here. Oh my. Now that the other out-of-boundium though is up there. I'm not sure how to go about getting up there from here. I mean, maybe you would have to, like, be up here on one of these. Like one of the walls there. And then from there, maybe there's, like, a way up. What I can tell you is there's also no way out of here. Not a legitimate way out, anyway. I'm gonna have to use the teleport function to get out of here. But yeah, like maybe if I got onto a wall, I could like jump over onto the ceiling. But I don't think there's any way to get up from here. Maybe if I had stayed on that wall. But again, there's also no way out. So we're gonna have to just teleport. Cool. Alright. we can go to bed. Meow. My cat, or rather my mom's cat, is meowing. Probably can't hear it. Like, I barely even hear her. That said, gotta fix my camera. There we go. Anything special today? Nope. Nothing special today. At least I'm not seeing anything anyway. So, if there is any kind of special event active, I'm not seeing it. Oh well. Back to making our jam. Cool. I like how they change color depending on what shards you put in. I know I've said it before, but it's still true. Yeah, let's just do some andesite and then some silverite. I probably should consider getting a spot for those. Because I'm not selling them anymore at the moment. Because of just the fact that I've moved my shop around so much. Like, I have the space technically. In fact, I have 2 openings. The problem with that is just that they're not together. And I'd prefer that they'd be together in some way, you know? What I could do is put down a corner shelf or a side shelf, however you want to word it. Then I could put refined manasite and refined silverite. $5. Sorry, I have a thing, a notification. For something that I was curious about on my phone here. Alright. Hello again, cat. What? I don't have anything for you, so I don't know why you're coming up here. Oh, those ghost berries were inside. Hey, bear family. We have bear family. Whee! Good Lord, I mine fast now. I think I'm probably only gonna do just this like one more day before I end the stream, because it's 3 in the morning. So you know, would be good to go to bed at some point. But the game only saves at the end of the day, so if I wanted to end now, nothing I've done would matter. So we'll go to the end of the day before I end the stream. Which will take like at least half an hour or so, you know. It is not a rainy day. So there is no elemental today. And yeah, I didn't level Teddy. I probably should go back on, should probably go back and do that. Before gods, before stars, there was the earth scale. Oh, we read this one literally earlier today. Thank you for not waking it yet. Thank you for not waking it now. The earth scale. Blue sky shards. I'm glad though that I can still harvest azure berries. I don't think I can actually harvest any more of the blood berries or whatever. Whatever it is that I'm making out of the jam there. Whatever that other berry is. I think that was a spring berry. So I might run out of them. I don't know. Kind of just depends on how quickly they sell versus like how much I can craft. Whoops. I did not mean to have the cat follow me, but it is following me now. So, oh well. Mine. I will say, like, it's so much faster than at the start of the game. Like, the harvesting and the mining. Like, it's gotten so much faster than at the beginning of the game. I mean, that's just from leveling up, of course, but... like 2.6 harvest speed, 2.6 mining speed. Like, it's gotten a little, it's kind of get a little, it's kind of gotten a little ridiculous how fast it goes. I mean, it's also kind of amazing that it's just like 2.7 or 2.6. Like, it feels a lot faster than that. But that's what it says. That's what the game says, so I'm inclined to believe it. Unless something in the speed formula is incorrect. Unfortunately, you can't sell out of Boundium for like a lot. Like, despite the fact that, you know, you have to go out of bounds to get it, it doesn't sell for like a tremendous amount. But in a way, I mean, that's kind of good. You know, players can't just exploit going out of bounds to get like all of the money. Especially with how much like out of bounds stuff he keeps adding. Sad part is I'm not yawning because I'm like really all that tired. Because again, I had freaking 14 hours of sleep. I'm just yawning because I don't know. That's just what I'm doing, I guess. Like, I don't feel tired in the slightest, and yet I yawn. It is what it is, though. Ugh, good grief. I actually kind of wish I had some idea of why I yawn so much. 'Cause I feel like that's just, I feel like I just do it throughout the whole day. I'm just constantly yawning. For seemingly no reason. Mocha scale. I do wonder if he plans to ever add anything to use the scales on. Or use the scales for, other than just selling. I mean, I know it's freaking late and all, but I don't feel like I should be yawning this much. But I don't know. It's just the way it is. It feels like. Let's see. There's still a lot of stuff that I can harvest. I'm just trying to decide if I want to sit here and keep gathering everything or if I want to just go ahead and open up the shop. What are you doing, cat? What are you playing with down there? What are you trying to play with? I have no idea. Something. Nope. Not a clue. Not a clue what it is. She likes to play with random things. And it's not for lack of me giving her toys. She's got a giant thing of, full of all kinds of cat toys. But what? got myself caught. Caught my headphone cord on my microphone pop filter. So many things to harvest that I don't even do anything with. I really should just, like, stop harvesting the stuff that I don't use. That would, like, also require me to figure out where, like, which rocks are which ore. Because, you know, I'm still using manasite and sulfurite. Freaking bugs. So tired of them. Seriously, this house is in ridiculously bad shape. I'm pretty sure it's like in such bad shape to like an illegal standard. Like if something happened and the law got involved in some way, I feel like the landlord would be in like super big trouble. Just because of how bad this house is. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it, you know? I honestly have no idea, like, what, like, legally would happen. You know, if it was, like, brought up. Like, whether the landlord would have to, like, get us another place or something, or if he would like be required to fix this up, and then if he couldn't, then like where that would go. I don't know. I mean, part of why the house is in such bad shape, though, is just that he can't really do anything. Because he's an old man that basically lives off of Social Security. And he's not even like really a landlord. You know? Like, we're just kind of renting from him an old house that he had. It's not like he's an actual, you know, landlord that rents out places or anything. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what could be done, or if anything really should be done, or anything like that, really. I'd love for something to be done. This freaking place sucks. You can click once every 5 seconds. It looks like. Yeah, level 20. That puts me at 7,000. Why do you feel like you're, why do I feel like you're like super massive? Yeah, this cat's like way bigger than Enya. Like, look at that. Like, Enya is way smaller. That's why I was feeling like this cat was huge. Look at the size difference. Alright, well, let's go ahead and man our shop over here. I do need a crate of the potion of endurance real fast. And go ahead and pay off all of our bills too. Taller shelves. Bought more shelves. Corner shelf, edge shelf, tall double shelf. Huh. That's interesting. Now, is it 5? Or is it only 4? Like, can I put something on the top shelf, I wonder? Nope, that's the highest shelf. Okay. That does make sense. Well, that's kind of awesome. Like, instead of having this big, like, middle area, I could have, like, an alchemy section. Just like over here. It's like, here's my potion area. Kinda like that, to be honest. Like, look at that. I've still got two more full sets of shelves. Good job, by the way. Lewis was just like, hey, I need to stock some stuff here. Let me do that. I was just like, good job. You put stuff back where I had taken off of. I love it. Luckily, all I have to do is click the store all shelf items. And not only do they get shelved, or not only do they get stored, not only does like the tag get removed, but like everything gets stored too. So that's what I was trying to say. But yeah, I can have like an alchemy section where like all the potions are. This is starting to actually feel like a proper, like, fantasy, like, store, you know? I'm liking it. Like, look at that. That's so cool. I love that. And then I can be like, alright, so there's all the potions, right? And so then we can like take the books. And like put them over there. Alchemist Field Journal, Alchemist Field Guide, Apprentice Alchemist Recipes. There'll probably be another type of Alchemist Recipes book at some point. I mean, now my problem comes that I don't know what else to put on those shelves at the moment. Nor do I know what to put on my tables that are here. But yeah, I mean, it's looking proper now, you know? Again, nice and proper. You can like put the produce there. I put another thing of produce if I wanted to. I want to bring this over a little bit. Put that one there. I kind of really like it. I kind of really like that. Be that great. I mean, I'm barely selling the produce as it is. Like, even with buying the new type of stock here. Toymaker turtle set. Tables do not display anything for sale. Decorative books. Produce display 2. Horticulture 2 gives more types of produce. Toymaker dragon set. Strategic turtle, joyful turtle, impulsive turtle, and smart turtle. Oh. Huh. Can change the amount of, like, how much it rotates if you press Alt. That's cool. Yeah, like that. And then we can put our turtles up here. These go for quite a bit too, it looks like. These might be worth far more than the slimes. $5.70. $6. Cause yeah, I mean the slimes I'm barely even selling at like $1. These turtles are selling at like $6 and $4. So that's cool. Then again though, like these ones here, the Action P and Action Maria aren't selling very much. So the turtles could end up just not selling very much. But I think that looks pretty good, honestly. Like, I think I have stocked stuff pretty well here. I don't actually... Oh, I think this is... Yeah, I think this orb here is the... like, enhancements I have. So that's indicative of, like, I have the giant turtle enhancement, you know? I've got the green. Well, let's open up the shop. Now that, you know, it's 4:20, or rather we're 4.5 hours in. That said, it is almost 4 o'clock in the morning. 3:57. Yeah, it's been that long already. Almost at... The stream itself has been going for 4.5 hours. The VOD has only been going for about 4 hours and 20 minutes. Two swords. We got freaking Magneto in here. Making and eating lunch. No biggie. I assume you're not in America in that case, if you're having lunch at 4 in the morning. Like, look at this guy. It's freaking Magneto. Probably 12 hours away. Neat. Watching from another country. Just watching stuff. That's really it. Just kind of watching. $19.75. She just wanted some arrows. $18.84. Wow, everybody's hitting my register now. $21.80. I just wanted to watch people check out over here. Just to see, like, how the process looks. From these cashiers. 'Cause it looks like they do put down all the items on the register. Just like they do over here. But I'm not getting a very good view of it from, you know, all the way over here. $9.80. $10.20. Manasite. $5.72. I can't even, like, do anything from there. It wouldn't let me bag from on top of the counter. 2024. Do need more quivers. $18.16. Nope, exact change there. $12.16. I have already back up to 3,500 monies. I'm making like a couple thousand a day here. So that's cool. $6.64. I'm definitely stealing like ideas from this for like my next like tabletop game. I think we're supposed to be playing Pathfinder next time, but that requires me to actually get off my butt and make something for them to play. And I have an idea of what I want. I just haven't sat down and done any work on it. Because I'm lazy. Also, just because, like, my depression is so bad. Like, I spend half of the day going, what's the point? Like, okay, I make this campaign, but like, what does that do, you know? Like, is it even gonna be, you know, fun? Or are my players just gonna complain? You know? Any nighttime events? Not seeing any. It's just like every campaign I've run, like, we play for a little bit, and then something is wrong, and and like everybody complains. It's not necessarily about like the campaign that they complain about, but like, you know, either like we're playing something in 5e and the players are like, well, you know, I dislike all this stuff and we shouldn't play 5e. And I'm just like, oh my god. So then I'm like, alright, so we'll play Pathfinder. And then they're like, okay, but here's all the things we dislike about Pathfinder. And so then I'm like, oh my gosh. We were playing Tales of the Valiant, which was Cobalt Press's system. For like basically they took like 5th edition and like fixed a bunch of stuff in it. And they're like, yo, here's, so it's now it's Tales of the Valiant. And I'm like, cool. And so I showed it off to my players and they were like, oh, this is awesome. And they were super excited. And then we played for like, not like, we hadn't even played like the first session. And they were already like, nah, let's not play this. And then I managed to convince them like, well, let's just run a, you know, a test session. And they like super enjoyed it. And we're like, okay, well, let's play this. And so then I started working on like a regular campaign. And then they were like, actually, nah, let's not. I'm just like, oh my god. Freaking, is there anything you want to play? Now they want to go back to Pathfinder. I'm just like, we're going to go back to Pathfinder. They're going to complain again. because freaking they hate Pathfinder. I even like said that. I'm like, we're gonna freaking go to Pathfinder and you're gonna just complain. And they're like, no. I'm like, yes, you are. I know it. I already know it. So that's kind of like one reason I've kind of been like, nah. And like not been wanting to work on anything is because I know that they're just gonna start complaining. Because this is what happened the last time. And it's just like, I told him, I'm like, look, I can't keep going to new systems. Like, I don't have the mental capability. And they're like, but like trying out new systems is fun. Like, what the heck? I'm like, okay, but freaking you're not dealing with huge amounts of depression that makes it freaking stupid to try and go to different systems. And they're just like, I don't understand. I'm like, well, then I can't help you. Because freaking that's what it is. So, you might just want to do one-shots. No, because they would complain even in the one-shots. Because the couple of test campaigns I tried to run, like, we just did little one-shots, and that's the way it went. Like, I was just like, look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's a system that exists that all of you can play and be happy with. And they got upset at me for, suggesting that maybe they just don't work well together as a group. So I was just like, whatever. So I kind of have given up. Because I just know that whatever I make, it doesn't matter. There's going to be something that somebody hates about whatever system we play. Well, nothing special today. Huh? So, I was told, keep watch out in the mountains. There will be something out there. I asked, well, what am I looking for? The answer I got was, you'll know it when you see it. I think I see it. Uh-huh. So that's a thing that apparently exists. That is going to be a nightmare to get to, though, if he's way out there. Because that's so far out of bounds. Like, I've been over there once before, but that is so far out of bounds. I don't think I'm gonna, like, try to go over to him. I just want to see if I can get to a spot where I can get a good, like, picture of him. Gotta get a good picture for the thumbnail. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he's like, he looks like he's pretty massive. Oh my god. This is different too. What is this over here? I've never seen that before, but this is also something that wasn't here. Just a solid piece of land. Sort of. Huh. Alright. I will say the terrain out here looks more solid than it was last time. Yeah, it's probably something that he's working on, that the dev's working on. It's probably the starts of something, like how the castle. You know, the castle's there, but it hasn't been finished yet, you know? There's been like multiple things he's done with it. Oh boy. Well, the clouds are in the way, unfortunately. This seems like it would be a really good shot if the clouds weren't in the way. Oh my lord, he's massive. Get out of the way, clouds. Right? Alas, there does not seem to be a cloud option. Can't turn off clouds like in Minecraft. Just, you know, the edge of the mountain. No big deal here. Hello, Phoenix. Oh my gosh, the clouds again. It's going. Can't say that it's going good, but it's certainly going. Ah, can't climb this mountain. That part of the mountain there is too steep to climb. Or, you know, something. I'm not sure exactly what causes the game to determine where I can or can't climb. Okay, these clouds really need to move. Cause I think this would be an awesome shot, but these freaking clouds, man. Trying to see if there's anything that I think could possibly affect the clouds. Nope. It does not appear that there are any options that will affect the clouds. There's a break in the clouds here. So I might get just enough of a break to take his picture. Maybe. Not sure. He is so massive, dude. Holy crap. That might be a really good one. I was hoping maybe I could get on top of this mountain, but it's not looking like it. There isn't a spot yet that's letting me up. Oh, now I can go up now. Oh, but now I've hit some kind of... something. I don't know. Yeah, it's like pushing me off. But when I try to go up that. Nope. Oh, here we go. I can go up this. And I can kind of get above the clouds, maybe. Oh, my Lord. That is a unit of a thing. Octopus. Now we're in the clouds. Good Lord. What the frick are you? I think I've gotten a few good pictures now. Maybe if I can land here. Is this mountain traversable, is the question. Oh, sort of. We have officially reached the collision does not necessarily match the terrain area. Oh my Lord. So I definitely think I found the thumbnail. Wowie zowie, as they say in Mario Wonder. I don't even know where the terrain is. The collision doesn't match up out here. I'm like going up, but the terrain is down there. What a unit. The developer speaking directly to you. You weren't supposed to reach me, but you did. I should correct this, but I admire your spirit. Here's a gift. No need to understand. Some paths choose you. You've been granted the developer's boon. A curious boon that bends reality. 50% increased profits. What? Good Lord. Good Lord. The sad part is, it doesn't save unless I finish the day. So if I want that 50%, I either have to complete the day, which, you know, it's 4:30 in the morning, so I really don't feel like doing that. Or I have to come back out here next time. He is so big, dude. Well, I mean, we know he's out here. Unless the next update changes something. I have had that happen before, unfortunately. Where I'll update the game and they'll change something and the special events will change. So he may not even be here next time, for all I know. He's so massive. Good Lord. Well, I don't think you get much better than that. So, I guess with that, I hope you've all enjoyed. If you're watching the VOD over on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. You can come on out to twitch.tv/SereneInc, where these are streamed live. And you can also check the playlist for more of these streams. Yeah, I don't have much else to say there. Cause, good Lord. Good Lord. Yeah. I guess I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.